and that is New Zealand. This is the New Zealand national anthem. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you could please direct your attention towards the track for a very special guest today. We have Jessie Lee here to perform the Canadian and American national anthem. We'll begin by honoring our neighbors to the north with the Canadian national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patron love in our son's command. With glowing hearts we see the rise, the true north strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Jessie Lee, ladies and gentlemen. And eyes towards the sky, folks. You can hear that plane up there. Well, we have 3 skydivers performing for you this morning to open up our show for the day. They come with many credentials from the skydiving world. We've got Colby Groves, who has 1,300 jumps, Riley with 1,500, and Braden with over 3,000 jumps. Wow, now that is some experienced jumpers. These guys are flying high maneuverable ram air parachutes that are shaped like a wing, allowing them to land on target and touch down softly, unlike the round parachutes that you might think of the military using. They're going to free fall from 6,000 feet and pull their parachute at 3,500 feet. This is after reaching terminal velocity of 120 miles an hour. All 3 of these skydivers are home-based at Skydive, Cupson, Shelton, Washington, and have recently participated in the vertical wingsuit formation world record. We are fortunate to have these experienced skydivers perform for us today, and we thank them for their talent and start of an adrenaline-packed day. Thank you so much, guys. How about a hand for our skydivers, folks? All right, we're just about ready to kick off today's action and looking forward to a safe and fun weekend. And we have a special guest, a junior member of the Wicked Racing crew, to help get things started. 9-year-old McKenna would like to start things off with a special prayer for our race teams, our fans, and everyone here at ESP.
Our dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and all your many blessings. We pray that you will watch over all the racers, island hoppers, and the officials. Thank you for hearing our prayer. And we just ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, how about a hand for McKenna, everybody? All right, who's ready for some racing, folks? Awesome. Well, we're going to help our skydiving friends off the islands here, and then we'll get things rolling. We've got 3 classes of boats for you today. We have our modified class that's going to start things off in a few minutes. Then we're going to kick up the power a little bit more with our 400 class, and then really open things up with our unlimited class. Today we're going to have our qualifying rounds. We're going to do a couple of qualifying rounds this morning, and then a few more in the afternoon. So what our racers are doing today, this is their first time at the track this season, so they're just looking at putting together what's called a clean run. They all got their track rotation yesterday. If you would like to follow along in your program, it's rotation number 3. So if you take a look at the track in your program, you see all those numbers in those different channels. So they've got one night to study, get those numbers down, and get that rotation down. So again, track rotation number 3 today. They've been studying. It's going to be their first time actually trying it out, though, when they get in the water this morning. So one unique aspect of this sport is you are not able to practice the rotation ahead of time. Everybody starts fresh the day of. So the point today is to get those what's called a clean run put together when you make your rotation successfully. Get those clean runs down and put together your best times to try and make it into our top 8. And then our elimination rounds will be tomorrow. So we'll talk to you a little bit more about that sprint boat setup for today in just a moment. We also want to take a moment to let you know about some other upcoming events here at ESP. We've got Fall Fest scheduled for a whole weekend of fun this September, the 19th through the 21st. Once again, this year, ESP is hosting 2 monster truck shows. The Hot Stuff Monster Truck Ride Jeep will be offering rides and is backed by popular demand. We also have secured a space for a helicopter to have rides that take off from one of our racetrack islands. We have a huge beer and spirits garden packed with music and grown-up games that's sure to be a hit, and lots more fun activities for kiddos, including the choo-choo train ride, pumpkin patch, hay maze, hay rides, kids outdoor movie theater, bounce houses, face painting, zip lining, putt-putt golf, and all the food you can think of. So that's coming up at Fall Fest and ESP in September. But right now it is summertime, and it is time to get our racing underway. Sounds like our officials are just about ready to go. Island hoppers are finding their spots, and we're going to start things off with the modified class here in just one moment. So again, it's going to be rotation 3 that we're following along with today. And you'll be able to keep track of our racers' times by taking a look at those digital boards that we have around the park. Our racers are timed to the 100th of a second, 1,000th of a second. And sometimes that's the difference between taking home the checkered flag. You'll see that black tubing around the start and finish line. Those are called the eyes. That's what clocks those times. We also have in our ASB Racing booth over by the finish line our official timers. So these times are triple checked to make sure they are accurate. And following our qualifying rounds, again, the top 8 boats in each class will move on to the elimination rounds tomorrow. And as we move through our festivities today, folks, we do have lots of good stuff around the park to keep you and your family busy throughout the day. We do have the Kids Zone located near the beer garden. It's a place for the kids to go play. Just a $5 an hour fee to watch your child if you need a break or your kiddo needs a break. And we know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with all they have to offer, so go check that out. We've got all sorts of great food and drink vendors as well for you. And be sure to check out Vendor Row over here by the pits to get your favorite race team's swag and memorabilia. So down in the pits, we're getting our first handful of boats set up. Kicking things off shortly is going to be the Jolly Roger boat, number 208, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. But before that, a couple of licensing runs for some of our brand new boats. A couple of brand new racers today, so they will need to safely do a qualifying run before we officially get underway. So, since we're going to have a couple of minutes before we actually start, we've got a couple of guests up here. You will recognize them right away as I hand over the mic. So let's hear it for our special guests, Brad and John.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? Hey, make some noise. You ready for some racing? All right, we're going to have some fun. Hey, we got our tent set up over there if you want to sign up for the 92 Days of Summer. Dan the Van Man's under the tent right now. He will get you signed up. We'll be here for the next several hours doing all that. Brad, tell everybody about We just saw the jump in here a few minutes ago.
John, you looked a little shocked there, like you thought you were interrupting something. These are just qualifying runs to start off, so you're okay. So, these are a couple of new boats that are here for the first time. So, as you're getting into ASBR, you gotta, complete your paperwork, get that qualifying run done, all that legal stuff, make sure you're safe and good to race. So, you're all good. Talk away, guys.
Yeah, that's right. This isn't golf where we have to be. And he's lining up for the putt right now. So the folks who came in with the diving just like 10 minutes ago, we met one of those guys yesterday.
Yeah, 21-year-old Colby Groves was one of our 3 jumpers. We got to talk to him yesterday. There's going to be a great interview on the Brad and John page at KISM.com. But he's done 1,300 jumps. He's in the Guinness Book of Records for the largest tandem wingsuit jump. There was like 38 jumpers all together. It's an amazing story. He even got his mom to skydive with him a couple times. Very cool cat, and what a great way to start a great day of action. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely, and thank you guys. You guys have been busy around the peninsula lately, huh?
You were talking about, we've been signing folks up for our 92 Days of Summer for the last couple days. And one of the cool people we met at the show and shine was the New Zealand team in America for the very first time, Bryce and Patty, and they are here from the birthplace of the sport, you say, and they're here racing for the first time. So let's give them a big hand when they make a run.
Yeah, they've only been in the United States for 24, 48 hours. I mean, this is the first time they've ever been here. So they said everything looks a lot bigger over here. Yeah, it really does. It's going to be a great day of racing. And yep, we have been back and forth between Squim and Port Angeles, meeting a lot of listeners and great people there. And thanks everybody. And it's going to be great today and tomorrow. We got 2 fun days of racing.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great time. And, folks, you heard them here, Brad and John. They've got their booth out there. Be sure to check it out. Enter in for that 92 Days of Summer. So, going to be lots of good stuff. We're going to keep you entertained all weekend here. Thank you so much, Brad and John. We'll check in with you guys in a little bit. Good to see you again, Brad. Absolutely. Anytime. Oh, not at all. All right. Always good to have Brad and John here. They've been staples here coming in on the first race of the year for the last several years. So we really enjoy seeing them at the show and shine each year, and they always do a great job out here at ESP. And folks, just a reminder, as you enjoy this weekend's festivities, please keep in mind that outside alcohol is not allowed within the Sprint Boat event fenced area. We ask that you do not bring alcohol in or bring it out. We have folks here to help maintain and enforce these rules. We are now selling alcohol throughout the park for your convenience, but we still have 2 designated areas for drinking in the beer garden area if that is what you choose. We ask that you please be mindful of others as we implement these new additions to the park. All right, so as they wrap up the licensing runs down in the pits, we're going to take a moment to thank a few of our sponsors. Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park and would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the many countless volunteers that have come to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. Take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt and say thanks for their help. This year, OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor, along with other local companies, for the return of ESP and sprint boat races. T Enterprises specializes in site prep for small buildings and sheds, driveway grading and maintenance. We also have an excavator with brush mower along with tractor for field mowing and rototilling. Call for an estimate 360-912-2976. And APS Electric. ESP would like to thank APS Electric for the many years of support you have given and taken care of all the electrical needs of the park. A huge thank you to Brian, Andy, and Cheryl. All right, looks like they've been given the green light down on the docks to get our boats in the water. So we're going to be getting things started now with the modified class. So we'll officially be getting underway here at Extreme Sports Park. And again, first out for the modifieds, we're going to see Jolly Rogers, the 208 boat. It's TJ Burrows and Keith Boomhauer Brownsberger, both hailing from Spirit Lake, Idaho. All right, just offloading from the trailer now. The 208 boat sponsored by Haxby Speed Marine, RC Worst Co., Roadkill Grill, Impact Auto Body, and Liberty Landworks. They'll idle their way up to the starting line. The green flag is up. And we are underway. All right, so that, folks, was a DNF. A did not finish. What happened there? A missed turn shortly after starting there. Again, they got to stay on this rotation 3 for a clean run. So a DNF to start things off. Not uncommon in the first round of qualifiers. Again, this is the first time in the water for this route, for this venue, this season. So a little bit of learning right away. TJ and Keith will be back out and learn and move on from there. And as you take a look around our track, you'll see our island hoppers. The island hoppers keep our crews safe, strategically set up to have a 360 view of the entire track at all times. These are trained emergency professionals that lend their time to help make these races a success. And they also put on some great entertainment for the crowd as well. So keep an eye on them. You never know when they might take a little downtime to toss some goodies out there, or just maybe do a little dance for you, or any other kind of entertainment they like. Maybe put on a flex. They like to have fun out there. Okay, we got Checkmate Racing in the water now. This is the 55 boat, Frank and Kelly Toftemark. And here they go. Started off smoothly, but a DNF there towards the end. So close there, just missing that last turn. They would have been on the home stretch. Checkmate, though, will be back out there ready to go next time. They actually came off a win at the first race of the season, so still plenty of confidence for that team and plenty of time left. All right, folks. So you may have seen early on in the morning before we got started, that boat that was testing the waters. That is a brand new boat, and you will see them in action officially for the first time now. It's the 000 boat. This is the Fat Buddy Phantom, Kaylin Miller and Taylor Kalerberg. So this will be their first ever run in the ASBR. And the 000 boat in their first ever run put together a clean run. How about a hand for Fat Buddy Phantom, our first clean run of the day? .196 your official time there. The first clean run of the day comes for the 000 boat, Kaylin Miller and Taylor Kalerberg. Next in the water, piloting a new boat this year, Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton. They're still full tilt, they're still 03, but in a brand new piece of equipment this year. And this is the first time on the water. Selden told me, I think it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday when they actually finished up everything for this boat. They've been working with retired veteran Clint Birch on this one. And they were excited to see what she can do. So this is full tilt in the 03 boat. And a little excited out of the gate, it's going to be a DNF. So a DNF there for full tilt, but again, that's the first time they've ever even had this new motor in the water, so they may make some minor adjustments and be ready to get back out there in the second round's qualifiers here in just a bit. Taking a look at the weather, what to expect this weekend for these races. Should be seeing the mid-60s here in Port Angeles on Saturday and Sunday. For those of you that are watching online and not able to be here in person. Much cooler than the last race in Lewiston, where temperatures were approaching triple digits, so these racers are probably feeling a little cooler this time around. All right, now it's Purcell Racing in the 154 boat. Here's Jeff and Margaret Purcell, and here they go. And it's going to be another DNF. So if you take a look at your track rotation again, folks, in your program, or if you don't have a program with you, you can check it out on our Facebook at the ASBR Pro Racing Series. You'll see our track rotations up there. See, the issue that's been going on for these last couple of boats is just right out of the gate, as you see, we're starting this rotation. If you follow with your fingers, you go 1, 12, 9, 14, and so on. Well, it's making that turn onto that 9 right away this morning. That's been a little bit of a struggle. But again, very first run of the day. These are all professionals, so they'll get it down. One more boat to go in the modified class. Unloading into the water now is Bad Idea. It's the 509 boat. Eric Petring and Scarlett Taylor. Getting some cheers from the crowd. Green flag is up. And Bad Idea hits the water for the first time this weekend. And 509 with a clean run. So 58.162, your official time there for Bad Idea in the 509 boat. Had a little issue there in the spin out pool, but able to break free, so they're going to make their way back towards the launch. Interesting, if you've followed the ASBR Pro Racing Series over the years, the modified class used to be kind of the big bear of the class, as the majority of our boats. Now, in this weekend's event, it's actually our smallest class, so just 6 boats. As our race teams have continued to adjust and modify and move up to 400 classes, unlimited classes over the years. And speaking of 400 classes, that's where we're at now. So Jolly Roger racing again in the water. This is the 180 boat for the Jolly Roger team. Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. And the 400 class underway. That's a clean run. .405, your official time there for Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. So a great run to kick things off in the 400 class this morning. A little bit of a chilly breeze in the peninsula this morning. So folks, if you need to warm up, be sure to check out some of our great food vendors. Treat yourself to a hot beverage this morning. This is Live Wire Racing now, the O2 boat. Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. Matt, your driver. Vaughn, your navigator. A local racing duo, father and son team. And that one's going to be a DNF. So a DNF there for Livewire, but we'll see them again in their other boat in just a few minutes when we move on to the Unlimited class, as they run two different boats where they swap seats. In that 400 boat, Matt is the driver with Vaughn as the navigator. When you see them back out in a few minutes in their Unlimited boat, you're going to see Vaughn as the driver and Matt as the navigator, so they'll look for a clean run next time around. .156 in the water now. This is Bad Influence. Stephen and Randy Church out of Cheshire, Oregon. Cool paint job on that boat, supporting our armed services. If I remember correctly, the silhouette you see on the front of that boat of the armed service member is actually Randy's brother, and that's going to be a DNF. Getting ready to get in the water next in the 400 class is the 85 boat, Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach, along with their squirrel friend up top, the mascot of the Knuckin' Futz boat. They lost their squirrel in Lewiston. He fell victim to a cable and was not able to complete the race, but they got all three of them back in there. Green flag is up. And Knuckin' Futz hits the water. Looking good. That's going to be a clean run. And they're going to stay under a minute with that official time, 58.930. A nice run there by the 85 boat. That's Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach in Knuckin' Futz. All right, so the 288 boat in the water now as we move on in the 400 class. This is Bryce Barron and Patrick Hayden of Red Baron Racing. And that's going to be a clean run. So just a hair under 51 seconds there at 50.905 for Bryson Patrick. A good run for that 288 boat. In our 400 class, also with 6 boats this morning, so we got just 1 left in the 400s before we move on to the Unlimiteds. Boat 9 in the water now. Bat Buddy Racing. Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. Leading things off in the Unlimited class this morning, it's going to be Bad Habit, the 36 boat. Scott and Jalen Rapp. The Bad Habit team out of Linwood, Washington. So Bad Habit DNF's there. That's going to bring Livewire Racing back out, this time in their unlimited boat. This is the O2M boat. What does that mean when you hear M throughout the unlimited class? It means they are burning methanol, very hot. You can't see it if it's on fire, so that is just a warning to everybody just how powerful these boats are. This morning goes to Live Wire Racing. 60.843, the official time there. And remember, folks, be sure to stop by to see Brad and John at the KISM booth up near the upper vending area and part of the VIP area. Stop by their tent and sign up for the 92 Days of Summer. There's a $35,000 grand prize, so don't forget, we've got them here all day. We'll check in with them again in a little bit. $151M in the water now. This is Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick and Amanda Thompson. The 151M boat sponsored by Positive Electric, C&L Machine, and Albany Acupuncture. Lots of success for this Psycho boat. Kyle with multiple U.S. championships. He's also raced in New Zealand multiple times and Australia, so all over the world in his super boat. And that's going to be a clean run. All right, so I had to do a double take at first when I saw that sign on the digital board. Looks like there was a little bit of an error with the eyes there, but still a great run nonetheless. A clean run. The official time, 48.213. So a clean run there for Psycho Racing. Here's Wicked Racing in the water now, the number 10 boat. The local team, Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. That prayer you heard this morning before we got started was none other than Sammy's little girl, McKenna. Doing a great job. So Dan and Sammy don't disappoint at their home track. Keeping it under 46 seconds there at a 45.984 for Wicked Racing. A longtime New Zealand racer in the water now. This is Rob Coley with Poison Ivy, the 111 boat. And his navigator is Tanner Ward. Awesome to have them traveling from overseas to be part of the festivities. So they catch a little bit of an island there, but they are still on rotation. And now it's going to be a DNF. So after a string of 3 clean runs there, a DNF by Poison Ivy. And next out momentarily is going to be Bootlegger. And as we go through our qualifiers this morning, folks, be sure to check out the vending from our teams if you head down to T-Shirt Alley just prior to the pits, but not in the pits, and support your favorite sprint boat team by wearing their merchandise. We have several teams that sell some awesome swag, so go check them out. We also have several new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets, who donate a portion of the proceeds to help the military and first responders. They sell ESP attire and ASB merchandise, along with many other items. So go and check out all they have to offer. All right. Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan. And what a run! .241 your official time. Heck of a run to start off the qualifiers for a bootlegger in that 33 boat. Pure insanity in the water now. The 285 boat, River Rogers and Cole Keats. A superbly talented young racing duo. They took first place in the Unlimiteds in the first race of the year over at ACMX Park. That'll be a clean run. .43.653, the official time for Pure Insanity there. Very similar to what Bootlegger just put up before them. And race fans, we want to thank you for coming out and joining us last night for the show and shine that was held at Lower Elwha Food and Fuel. Lower Elwha Food and Fuel Campus strives to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. With regular customers returning daily, we know how best to serve you. We are neighbors in this community. You can count on us to be your destination and your gateway to the Olympic National Park. So scheduled out next is TNT Racing, the 99M boat, having a few starting issues down on the boat launch. So they're going to be put on a clock for that, a 5-minute clock. They'll have 5 minutes to get up and running, or they will have to forfeit this first round of qualifiers. So as they are on their 5-minute clock, the Meaner Machine is going to take their first shot at this number 3 rotation. Meaner Machine, your driver Richard Murray, navigator Dave Elison. In the 43 boat, green flag is up. And the green Meaner Machine coming out hot. That'll be a clean run. .091, your official time there. So a great run there put together by Meaner Machine. Meaner Machine sponsored by Transag, Horizon Hospitality, TD Drilling, Coleman Performance Engines, RF and JD Murray Contracting, and Shelterview Promotions Ltd. All right, the 27 boat in the water now. Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. That's going to be a clean run. .491, your official time there for Preventing Insanity. Great run there for Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. So they'll come out swinging right away. Over in Lewiston a few weeks back, we saw a great head-to-head matchup in the final rounds between Preventing Insanity and Pure Insanity. And it looks like they're picking up right where they left off. instant velocity in the water now. This is Kyle St. Ange, the driver, and Chris Christensen, navigator. The 219 boat. It's going to be a clean run. So 50.791, very nicely done there. Instant velocity, living up to their name. One more boat in this first round of qualifiers. Another one of our Jolly Rogers. This is the 556 boat, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. And the 556 boat is going to wrap up this first round of qualifiers with a clean run for Jolly Rogers, Dustin Springer, and Don Davis. 54.071 your official time there, 54.071. So that's going to put a cap on that first round of qualifiers. Everybody having a good time so far? All right, well, thank you so much for coming out and joining us at Extreme Sports Park this weekend. We hope you have a great time. We also want to recognize our graduating class up here in the Olympic Peninsula. If you see the green and white around the venue today, that's just a celebration for our 2025 seniors. So quick congratulations to those folks as well. Congratulations, class of 2025. We also want to thank our media members that come and give this sport some recognition and help put the name out there. They also put up some great stuff in print media and online media. And one of those folks that's been with us for a long time, Jeff Hallstad, he does all sorts of great work around the Pacific Northwest, and he gave us some goodies. So we've got a couple of calendars to give you. Got a really nice Jeff Hallstad Photography 2025 calendar for you. We'll have a trivia question for you to win one of those in a minute here. That's a clean run. .433, your official time there as we get back into the modified class. That was TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Checkmate in the water now. Again, the 55 boat took home the checkered flag in our first ASBR event of the year. And that's a clean run. So 49.558, your official time there for checkmate. The 000 boat back in the water now. This is Fat Buddy Phantom. They had the first clean run of the day in their first ever run here at Extreme Sports Park. They put up a 75.196. We'll see if they trim any time off that here. So our island hoppers getting their first workout of the day, going to check on that boat to make sure they're all right. And they were so close to a clean run there, but taking a look at the eyes, again, the eyes are the start and the finish line. They were just short of it, so it's going to be a DNF. But a nice try nonetheless, and an opportunity for the folks out there to get a first good look at the full body of the Phantom 000 boat. All right, our island hoppers getting to work here, pulling that boat out. Let's give them a little cheer. Go, root them on, folks. Help them get that boat in the water. That's some heavy equipment to be lifting in the morning. You got it, guys. Nicely done, island hoppers. Our island hopper had Trevor out there checking with the 000 boat, seeing if they're able to get back up and running or if they're going to need some help from a jet ski. Looks like they're going to call on the jet ski for backup. Well, we've got a little downtime here. We were talking just a few minutes ago about our media that's out here, and we mentioned Jeff Halstead being out here and all the great work he's done around the Pacific Northwest. And he's been so kind as to give us a couple of calendars for a giveaway. So I have a 2025 Jeff Halstead Photography ASBR Pro Racing Series calendar for you. Today's trivia question. There are a couple of new tracks in the ASBR Pro Racing Series this season. We've already mentioned one of them, so it wouldn't really be fair to ask you about that. That one's in Lewiston. But we do have another track opening up this summer as well. The first person to come up to the booth here and let me know where that track is and where in town that track is and like what part of town will get a free calendar. So if you can tell me the new location of the newest track, you will go home with a 2025 Jeff Halstead Photography calendar. All right, so our winner, Yakima at the fairgrounds. So we are really excited for that new track opening up at the fairgrounds in Yakima just a few weeks away. So congratulations to our winner. If you want to come check out that very first race at the Yakima Fairgrounds, it is going to be August 16th and 17th. We're looking forward to adding Yakima to the ASBR circuit. The ASBR Racing Series is, ASBR Pro Racing Series that is powered by STIHL. STIHL, a proud sponsor of American Sprint Boat Racing and Extreme Sports Park. Whether you are a professional or a weekend warrior, STIHL's top-of-the-line outdoor power equipment is designed to help you tackle any challenge with ease and precision. From zero-turn mowers that make lawn care a breeze to innovative battery-powered tools that deliver power and performance without the hassle of cords or fuel, STIHL has the tools. And we are enjoying summer out here on the Olympic Peninsula, but this breeze this morning does feel a little bit like fall. So with fall coming up, ESP is proud to have Trick or Treat Trail back this year. That is free to all the little ghosts and goblins on Halloween Day from 2 p.m. until dark. We provide a safe and fun atmosphere for all the children in our community. We have over 30 themed booths sponsored by our local businesses, including a police car, dump truck, excavator, and sometimes a helicopter. We'll have Pizza Hut again this year to sell pizza by the slice to fill the trick-or-treaters' tummies. If you haven't made it yet, you need to, as this has become quite popular. Please come check out some very creative outfits, not only worn by the kids, but adults as well. And we did just mention them when we were talking about the Trick or Treat Trail. Pizza Hut is proud to be a sponsor at all this year's ESP events. Don't forget to stop by and grab your mega slice and a drink. Hungry? Get your favorite pizza and wings at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Also, folks, as we approach the noon hour, it is 5 o'clock somewhere, so enjoy a top-notch craft cocktail, White Claws, twisted tea, and multiple beer options at our beer garden. At the beer garden, we're now offering refreshing premium cocktails made with high-quality ingredients. Our BuzzBox cocktails are vodka lemonades, mojitos, margaritas, hurricanes, whiskey lemonade, Long Island iced teas, and palomas. You're sure to find one to your liking. Please visit us in the beer garden for our new alcohol location set up over by the tower. Enjoy. All right, so back underway now. Full tilt in the water. Selden Glabe and Savannah Patton in the 03 boat. You'll see that boat all black right now because, again, brand new, first time in the water today. And it is a DNF as they're still getting things figured out. Selden did let me know, though, this morning. He came and found me and was talking to me about that new boat and kind of some nerves about getting in there and testing things out. He was excited, but said he just did not know what to expect, so they're just getting it figured out right now. He also let me know, with it being just painted in all black, he hasn't been able to get any of his sponsors on there yet. So he wanted to be sure that I gave a shout out to those. That was Johnston Realty, Britain Store, Doe's Grind Barista, Egg Roll Hut, all in Britain, and also the Francis Nash Band out of Seattle, Copycat Graphics and Signs out of Port Angeles. All sponsors for this full tilt racing boat, and he looks forward to representing them on that brand new boat soon. So Full Tilt getting loaded back up on their trailer, and Purcell Racing getting unloaded right now. Jeff and Margaret in that 154 boat. it's going to be a DNF. So a DNF there for the 154 boat, but starting to get that rotation down. They'll look to put together a clean run when we resume the qualifiers after lunch. One more boat here in the unlimited or the modified class in the second round of qualifiers. It's the 509 boat. Bad Idea. Eric Petrie and Scarlett Taylor. Green flag is out. And here they go. And Bad Idea with the right idea so far this morning. That's another clean run. So 69.843, the official time there. And that's going to wrap up the second round of qualifiers in our modified class. And as we move into the 400s, we want to do a quick shout out to our VIPs. VIPs, how you doing up there on top of the berm? All right, you can be a VIP too. Just ask us how. $180 in the water now for the 400 class. And Jolly Roger with a clean run there. So Eric Werner and Jen Farmer put up a 43.473 there. Nicely done by the 180 boat. Live wire in the water now in the 02 boat. They had a DNF in their first qualifier, looking for a clean run here. So catching a little bit of the island there, the island hoppers giving them a moment, seeing if they can break free. If they can break free and stay on rotation, they can still put together a clean run. They're able to break free, folks. Let's see if they can get turned around all right. All right, they're back at it. It's gonna be a clean run. That's why they say never give up. It's a clean run, 76.062 for the 02 boat. The first clean run of the day for Live Wires, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. So Bad Influence going to take another crack at this number 3 rotation. Again, folks, if you're just rolling in, the rotation to follow in your program today is rotation number 3. Or if you're just joining us online, rotation number 3, you can see it on the ASBR website or on our social media. We have published it as well. That's going to be a clean run. 47.328, your official time there for Bad Influences, Stephen and Randy Church. The Bad Influence team getting progressively better each season. They took third place in the standings for the ASBR Pro Racing Series back in 2023. Followed that with a second place finish last season. So we'll see how things turn out for them here in 2025. They also have some international experience as well. That 156 boat, Bad Influence, has raced in New Zealand, Australia, and New Zealand to go along with their United States tracks as well. All right, Nuck and Futz back in the water now. Brad and Dakota coming off a clean run. They were just under 59 seconds in the first round of qualifiers. And that's going to be a clean run. So 53.618, your official time there. As Brad and Dakota shave a good 5 seconds off their first qualifier. Couple of boats left here in the 400s before we move on to the unlimited class. And after the unlimited qualifiers, there is going to be a brief recess for our race teams to fine-tune their boats, maybe watch some video back, study for the next round of qualifiers, see where they can get a leg up to continue to trim these times down. So keep in mind during that recess, it'll be a great time for you to check out our vendors and T-Shirt Alley as well. That'll be coming up right after the Unlimiteds. This is Jesse and Kaylin Miller and Fat Buddy Racing now, the number 9 boat. That's a clean run. So how about this? I was letting you know a little bit earlier today how these boats are timed down to the thousandth of a second, how that can make a difference. Let's just look at this boat here, Fat Buddy's number 9 boat. Their first run, 49.272. They followed up here with another clean run, 49.335. And that's just on their boat. So that shows you just how down to the itty bitty these times can be. So 49.335, your official time there for Fat Buddy Racing. One boat left in the 400 class, currently on the 5-minute clock. It's the 288 boat, Red Baron Racing's Bryce Barron and Patrick Hayden. They did have a clean run in their first qualifier, but having a little trouble getting up and going down there on the launch. So they've got a couple minutes left on that clock, hoping to get up and rolling. And just a reminder, race teams, following this round of qualifiers, we will be doing driver and navigator introductions. So please keep that in mind. Driver and navigator introductions coming up after the Unlimiteds in this round of qualifiers. And while that clock is ticking, let's check in on a couple more of our sponsors. Are you interested in aluminum boats? Well, ACI Boats delivers high-speed aluminum catamarans built here in the Pacific Northwest, including passenger boats, landing craft, commercial fish boats, charter fishing, and recreational pleasure boats. Discover our full range at aciboats.com. Visit Pen Print for all your graphic and printing needs. Heather and George are a large part of this community and support Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park. We support you, Pen Print. Thank you for all you do for ESP. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles, a supporter of Extreme Sports Park. For all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. Herman Brothers is proud to have been serving this great community for over 50 years. ESP thanks you for your continued support, and we look forward to many more years of commitment and dedication to our great community. We thank you, Herman Brothers. And also, fans, as we approach the lunch hour, if you're upset that you forgot to bring some cash with you, no worries. Don't forget, ESP has 2 ATM machines located in the South Ticket Booth area and in the North Ticket Booth area. Look for the ATM banner and don't fret. We have lots of cash in there for you to spend. We are also taking credit cards now as well. All right, back into some unlimited action now, as the 5-minute clock does indeed expire on Red Baron Racing, so they will have a did not start for this round. We move into the Unlimiteds for Bad Habit. They're looking for their first clean run of the day. Scott and Jalen looking good so far. Bad Habit sponsored by Rev Up Energy, Tacoma Hydraulics, Ardor Printing, and WR Products. And it's going to be a clean run by Bad Habit. So 53.632, your official time there. Cool thing about that 36 boat in the unlimited class, Scott was actually the first racer here to sport a naturally aspirated LS in the United States. So 02M in the water now. Again, this is Livewire Racing's other boat. This one, Matt and John, this is the one that Vaughn is your driver on this one, and Matt's your navigator. So their other boat, the 400s, Matt drives, Vaughn navigates this one. You go see Vaughn drive. So, yes, sir. Second clean run of the day for that O2M boat. .085 your official time there for live wire racing. So I got Brad and John back up here with me, and Brad, it sounded like you're asking John a question over there. It's a little loud in here. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Yeah, I probably should have asked you instead of John this question, but I was wondering, since the drivers and the navigators will get the map or the turns sequence the night before and study it and come out here and do it, which is amazing to begin with, but is tomorrow's race the same map, or do they get a brand new one tonight?
So it is the same map for the weekend, because today what they're doing is they're getting their qualifiers out of the way. As we already see here in the second round, they're starting to pick it up a little bit, speed it up a little bit, getting that rotation down. So today is the day to get that rotation down so that tomorrow you can come out, lay the hammer down, and try and go home with a checkered flag. So today is about getting into the money rounds. Tomorrow is about going home with the money.
That's a big difference. And, you know, I was saying to John, too, that for me, if I'm the one driving and someone's giving me directions, I have to slow down and turn the music down. These guys go faster and it gets louder.
Right? And speak of the devil, here we go. Psycho out there now, 151M. And Brad's not kidding. I'm the same way. Even just trying to find a parking spot, I'm turning down the music. It's so amazing, though, guys, and these guys are going so fast, and you got to think, you know, just the difference when you're driving your car compared to when you're, like, riding in your friend's truck or vice versa. You're like, whoa, I'm so high up, or whoa, I'm so low. Well, think about this. These guys are about 3 feet above the water. So when these turns are coming up, it's just boom, 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 boom. So that navigator, he or she is just giving hand signals, and it's just that split second you have to make that decision. So pretty amazing stuff.
So, wow. Clean run. So it is like too loud for them to have headsets on for the navigator to say left, right. It all has to be done with the hand signal.
Absolutely. And with the clean run there, we got a 45.682. So nicely done there for Psycho. So they live up to their name, right, guys?
Psycho, Bad Idea, TNT, things like that. I love the names.
Oh, absolutely. You know, they have fun out here. That's what it's all about. So, and y'all were talking to earlier, you know, we were saying they have fun, they do some fun stuff, and Brad, I heard you say it really is a family affair when you saw Vaughn come back out in that live wire racing deal with that father-son team. So, you know, families, friends, they make up these race teams, and
father-daughter teams from last year. I don't know if there's more of that this year, but
all sorts of just cool combos and stuff. So, all right, so we'll let Brad and John take a look at the wicked boat coming out here.
Now, I had heard in talking to Dan yesterday, he said this may be his final year and he could be retiring.
I think Kelly has put a for sale sign on that boat.
Anybody want to buy the lime green boat?
That's a clean run. So 45.010 your official time there, 45.010 for Wicked Racing. Scott Rapp.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. What are you doing up here, buddy?
You know, I figured it's almost lunchtime. Time to come up out of the mic, say hi to you.
Absolutely. How you been?
Good, real good. You know, boat's running good, crew's running good. Everybody's, here, so we're good with that. You know.
How you feeling about this rotation so far?
It's a little bumpy, but what the hell? We got to go all run the same thing, so we'll be good today.
Fair enough. As bumpy as Lewiston?
No, nothing's as bumpy as Lewiston. Nothing's as bumpy as there.
How was that debut track, by the way, a few weeks back?
It wasn't bad. I mean, all the new tracks have their trials and tribulations with doing everything, but basically we were able to, get through the day, and everybody ended up taking their boats home, so it was a good weekend.
Good weekend, a hot weekend of racing.
Yeah, it was very hot. You want to bring your fans and your misters and everything there.
Oh yeah. So I mean, you think about it, folks. When you get into your car and it's warm on just a sunny day like today, imagine sitting in one of these boats. And also, you're wearing a fire suit too. So. All right, got Poison Ivy out there now. Rob Coley and Tanner Ward. They're looking for their first clean run today in that 111 boat. I always really enjoy the sound of this boat, Scott.
The sound of this boat is amazing, and Madman Coley's just unbelievable driving that boat. Oh, man, he barely got out of that one. That was good. Just more power. Just put it down and go.
Looking good so far here. Trying to finish strong. And the Madman with the clean run there. So 46.753, your official time there for Poison Ivy. Very nicely done. So just a few boats left here, and then we're going to be doing our driver and navigator introductions. So don't forget, race teams, driver and navigator intros coming up here right after this round of qualifiers. All right, Scott, so when we had a second, we were talking about Lewiston. We've got another brand new track coming up in August. Have you had a chance to see Yakima at all yet?
Yeah, I went over there. We had our company fly our drone over the track right at the beginning. Yakima is a fast track. It's nice, wide, great bottom surface area. We're going to get a heck of a lot of speed on that track. It is going to be amazing to watch.
Very cool, awesome. Well, you heard it from one of the pros, folks. That new track, it's going to be awesome. Be sure to check it out with us August 16th and 17th. Part of a great season that we have planned for the ASBR Pro Racing Series.
This guy should be interesting right here with Bootlegger.
It's the Bootlegger. Bootlegger's got our top run so far on the Unlimited. So they've got our best time. So.
And Ronnie's just killing it. He just let it all out there today. He's been on fire in Lewiston. He was great over at another track at Webb's, and he is just driving it today.
That's a clean run. Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan with a 43.553. What a run there for Bootlegger in the 33 boat. Well, Scott, thanks for coming up and joining me up here. I'm going to let you go because I got to introduce you guys in a few minutes. So,
We'll see you later, brother.
Sounds good. So that was Scott Rapp joining us up here for a few minutes. He's the driver of your Bad Habit Unlimited class boat, number 36. So thank you, Scott, for coming up and giving us a few minutes of your time. So just a half a dozen left before we'll head into our lunch hour. And we were telling you guys, with the lunch hour coming up, we've got our ATMs around the park when you need some cash. And speaking of cash, we got 92 days of summer in full swing, right, Brad?
That's right. Yeah, we have a pontoon boat in there.
And that's going to be a clean run there for Pure Insanity. Pure Insanity, folks. That's River Rogers and Cole Keats. Brad and John, they were our winners in the 400 class last year. You can see why. They're pretty awesome. By the way, a 41.649, the official time on that one. They've left the 400 class, I'd say, in the dust, but that doesn't really work for this type of sport, so they're back in the water, and now they've moved on to the Unlimiteds, and you can see why. I just heard you guys go, wow, when you heard them.
There's been a lot of wows today, that's for sure. And thank you so much. You mentioned the 92 Days of Summer. Our KISM tent is over there, and if you have not have a chance to come sign up, please do. Thank you so much to the people that have. And as we go through the afternoon and get ready for lunch, thank you so much to the staff and the volunteers and everybody that has made this work so well today. Let's give them a hand. From the parking to the services to everything around the park, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much.
And you guys have been awesome too, so we really appreciate having you. Always fun to catch up with you guys at the show and shine. So when I saw John yesterday, it was great catching up. So, and good to have Brad back this year, because John, we didn't have Brad last year.
We were Bradless last year, so it's so much better this year. Every time I watch these runs, though, you talk about the staff, the island hoppers, those dudes are literally putting their lives on the line. When you see these boats just zipping through these channels, and these dudes are just trying to, make sure everything's okay and stay out of the way, that is a tough gig.
Oh yeah, they're hard. And also, I mean, it's a little, I don't know about you guys, but I feel a little breezy and cold. These guys are hopping in the water right now. So,
how's everybody in the splash zone over here? I keep seeing everybody getting sprayed right here along the front row.
All right, this is 99M in the water now. TNT Racing's Tim Cummins and Jess Godsliff. Their first time in the water today. They weren't able to get their boat started in that first round of qualifiers. Looks like they were able to get things figured out. We'll see if they can put together a clean run here. And it is going to be a DNF. So started to get that rotation down, but it's going to be a DNF. They'll look to get back on track after this afternoon's recess. Yeah, Brad, it's a little different from being in the radio booth when there's wind blowing and stuff and trying to keep your papers down and all that. I don't have the friendly confines anymore that I had back in the day.
Yeah. I got to say, Adam, that being able to see the races from this vantage point up here is very, very cool. But one of the things I learned in previous years, that it's cool to find your spot and get comfy and you got a good view and everything, but moving around the park and seeing it from different angles brings in a whole new perspective. Like over near the beer garden, you're at a lower angle and they're coming right at you, and up here is great. So if you get a chance today, move around the park a little bit and watch a couple runs from different angles. You get different sounds, different sights, different views.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been in the beer garden long enough, you will get a different perspective of the thing. Oh, we got some jet ski action out here, right? Oh, we got to get those boats out. So they tow. How are they going to do this here?
So what'll happen here is our island hoppers, they'll get that boat ready, prep it up for the jet ski. Jet ski's going to come out, and they'll tow them behind and just get those guys into safety. They'll usually see if they can get started back up, but if they aren't able to get the boat started back up, whether it be a safety issue or just a mechanical issue, we've got our jet ski here. So you see he goes fishing, he kind of throws his pole out there. They get him hooked on, and they bring him safely back to shore. So, and then it's kind of like taking the boat on a little parade route, so everybody gets a good look at it. So it's a good time for you to snap a pic and stuff. And same thing about, like, if you beach it and it's a DNF, well, that's too bad, but it's also, great publicity for your boat because you can see the full body of the thing.
Are they available for hire? Because when I get halfway out the lake in my kayak, sometimes I don't feel like coming back. So if those guys can flip me a card or something like that, that would be nice.
This may be a dumb question, probably is, but in your experience, with the turns all through the track, is there one corner or one turn that seems to be more trouble or cause more accidents, or you see more choppy water in a race?
So it does happen. It kind of, a turn itself is hard to tell you like an exact channel because it just depends on the rotation, because the way that they're zigzagging around. And actually, our first race of the year just a few weeks ago, this was the first time I'd actually seen this happen in ASBR. We had a rotation for our first race, and coming out of the gates, it was just DNF, 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 and it was rough, and it was 100 degrees out. Our boats are having trouble getting the rotation down, and all of a sudden there's this, I hadn't seen it before, a meeting of all the race teams came together, and they revamped the rotation a little bit because they're like, you know what, these are the qualifying rounds, and we're putting on a show for folks. People want to enjoy this and have a good time. So yes, yes, it does happen. That was a first, but funny you bring it up because we actually just saw that happen a few weeks ago. Brad was doing his research for us. He said, I'm going to go in there prepped with questions.
We were joking around a little bit up at the booth, and you know, someone like Dan Morrison, who's won so many times and things, and being that this is his park, I wondered if he, you know, to be that great, you got to work at it and work at. Does he get up in the middle of the night and come out and run some practice runs? You know, like, you know, I got to get out and get that turn down.
Right. I don't know. Maybe it's when he's digging out these trenches over the winter. He's just imagining himself in his boat as he's just dozing through there. But no, it's pretty amazing stuff what these guys do, and really fun to be a part of the sport. Great to have you guys out here, Brad and John. Again, be sure to check them out over at the KISM booth, the 92.9, 92 days of summer. So thanks again, guys. I know that we've got our lunch hour coming up in just a few minutes, so I'm going to let you guys head over to your booth because I'm sure you're going to have your, you know, your ravaging fans all over. I don't want to keep you from being able to get back there. Great seeing you guys. All right, folks, so just a couple more boats here in the unlimited class, and then we will hit our recess where we will introduce you to our drivers and navigators. All right, so Meaner Machine coming out now, Richard Murray and Dave Elizen. They were at just over 45 seconds. And how about a hand for the New Zealand racing duo for that clean run? .530, your official time there for Meaner Machine. So a couple of really solid runs by a couple of very solid New Zealand teams today. Preventing insanity in the water now, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Just under 45.5 seconds in their first run. A very unique setup in this boat. Leighton, who lost use of his legs earlier on in life due to an accident, fully powers this boat all by hand. So fully hand-powered piece of machinery. So our island hopper is slowly approaching. They're going to see if Preventing Insanity can get back up and going. Once island hoppers lay their hands on the boat, it's officially a DNF. So they're going to give them time, and until they're given the signal that Preventing Insanity is not going to be able to continue, they'll let them try and get started back up. So the clock's still ticking. They're going to see if they can get up and rolling here. All right, hands are up. They're going to take the DNF there. So island hoppers are going to go out and help out Leighton and Cody. Looking for the jet ski, folks. We're going to do another jet ski rescue here. So a rare DNF there for Preventing Insanity. Came out just a little too hot on that one. Back that first weekend of June in Lewiston, it was quite the showdown in the unlimited class between Preventing Insanity and Pure Insanity. Leighton and River went neck and neck in the final rounds of that race. So don't be fooled by this DNF. And remember, parents, the Kids Zone is located near the beer garden. It is a fun place for the kids to go and play. Just $5 an hour to have your kids hang out there. So that's if you need a break or if your kids need a break. You know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with all they've got to offer over there, so be sure to check that out. And checking in with a couple more of those sponsors right now. If you're from Anacortes or Whidbey Island, Island Electric of Oak Harbor has got you covered with all your electrical needs. We're also your local Generac service dealer. Island Electric is here to be a proud supporter of Sprint Boat Racing. And Northwest Ford Dealer is a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park. Make sure to stop by their display area and check out the latest Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 48 years and counting. Ford trucks built in America for America. And Brim Tractor is proud to be a sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park and support Clallam County's local businesses. As your local Bobcat equipment dealer, we bring 5 decades of family-owned sales, service, and rental experience to Clallam County. Thanks for welcoming Brim to Port Angeles and Sequim. We're excited to be part of your team. And Beckevar Logging and Trucking has been family owned for 60 plus years with 4 types of logging and helping to put the Squim Log Show on. We try to teach the importance of logging and learning with renewable resources. We are an original homestead of over 115 years, raising cattle and hay on 120 acres in Blinn and are very community vested. We support the races and what the Extreme Sports Park brings to our community. So a thank you to those sponsors for helping make these races possible. And of course, the ASBR Pro Racing Series is powered by STIHL. All right, so they're getting those last couple of boats. They're getting those last couple of boats up and running down in the launch. All right, instant velocity in the water now. Kyle St. Onge and Chris Christensen as we get back underway. And that's going to be a clean run for instant velocity. So 49.032 your official time there for Kyle St. Onge and Chris Christensen in instant velocity. So just one boat left before we do our driver and navigator introductions. Boat 556 in the water now, Jolly Roger Racing, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. And we do apologize about the technical issues with audio today, folks. We do have some of our tech folks checking things out. Green flag is up, and here we go. And that's going to be a clean run. So 46.541, the official time there for Jolly Roger Racing's Dustin Sprigger and Don Davis in the 556. And that's going to wrap up the first couple rounds of qualifying here at Extreme Sports Park. And before we take a brief recess, we're going to go ahead and introduce you to our drivers and navigators for the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. All right, we're just letting our last couple of racers get out of their boats and head on over for those introductions. As for you fans, how's everybody doing so far? You having a good time out there today? All right. Thank you. All right. At this time, folks, we would love to introduce you to this year's 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series racers and navigators. As our island hoppers head in for a very well-deserved break. All right, folks, here they come. Starting things off in the modified class, Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows, and Keith Brownsberger, the 208 boat. Jolly Roger, 208, TJ Burrows, and Keith Brownsberger. In the 55 boat, checkmate, Frank Toftemark and Kelly Toftemark. The 000, Fat Buddy Phantom, Kalen Miller, and Taylor Kellerberg. In the full tilt 03 boat, Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton. Boat 154, Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and Margaret Purcell. And wrapping up the modifieds, the 509, Bad Idea, Eric Pittering, and Scarlett Taylor. On to our 400 class now. Another Jolly Roger, the 180 boat, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. The Livewire 02 boat, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. The 156 boat, Bad Influence, Stephen Church and Randy Church. The 85 boat, Nuck and Futz, Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. 288 Red Baron Racing, Bryce Barron and Patrick Hayden. And the number 9 boat, Fat Buddy Racing's Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. Okay, cool. Thank you. And in the unlimited class, we've got Bad Habit, the 36 boat, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. Also in the unlimited class, Livewire Racing, the 02M boat, they're out there already, Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. 151M, Psycho, Kyle Patrick and Amanda Thompson. The Wicked boat, number 10, Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. The 111 boat, Poison Ivy, Rob Coley and Tanner Ward. Number 33, Bootlegger, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan. 285, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Cole Keats. The 99M boat, TNT Racing's Tim Cummings and Jess Godsolve. The Meaner Machine, number 43, Richard Murray and Dave Eliason. Preventing Insanity, number 27, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. 219 instant velocity, Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen. And wrapping up the unlimited class in the 556 boat, Jolly Rogers, Dustin Springer, and Don Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. All right, folks, as we take a brief recess for our drivers and navigators, we're going to have our jet ski friends out there to put on some entertainment for you. And right now, we're going to let these hard-working folks get back to their boats and tune up for the second half of today's action. Let's have one more round of applause. Again, the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL, your drivers and navigators. All right, so we got some jet ski entertainment coming up for you next. Our jet ski friends are the West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X Racer Groups. PNW Water X has a 5-race IJSBA sanctioned jet ski race series this year in locations throughout Washington State, Oregon, and Idaho. There are a large number of World Championship competitive level riders here in the Northwest region. The West Coast Surf Riders is a group of stand-up jet ski riders that ride in the surf consistently and typically ride in Grayland, Washington, Pacific City, Oregon, and Pismo Beach, California. Riders from both groups are on the water today to put on an exhibition for you. Some featured riders this weekend are riders like Henry Lee, who you can find on the flashy hot pink Revolver doing backflips in the ditch this weekend. Henry hails from Portland, Oregon, and is one of the best competitive freestyle riders in the world. You can't miss Henry on his bright pink Lee Stone Revolver freestyle ski. These competitive flatwater freestyle skis, fully built, can cost between $25,000 and $45,000. The hulls are built out of carbon fiber and have fully built 900 to 1400 cc two-stroke engines, which give them enough boost to backflip off of their own wake in any body of water, even a swimming pool or a sprint boat track with the right rider. Other riders out on the track for the halftime show today are racer and surf rider Dan Lindgren of Aberdeen. Dan is on the 311 jet ski, which is a Kawasaki SXR hull that has a custom-fitted 1100 cc two-stroke engine out of a sit-down ski stuffed in it. Couple other notes on our jet ski riders. Dave Collins of Hood Canal is a West Coast surf rider running the teal and black Crash Industries Predator surf ski. Matt Wilms of Aberdeen is a West Coast surf rider and is out on the blue round nose Yamaha Superjet. And Chris Obeck of Seattle, also a West Coast surf rider, is out ripping the white Yamaha 650 square nose Superjet. So enjoy that action, folks. And we'll be right back with you in just a moment here. So as we head into the lunch hour, Eric from Bad Idea just ran up here to catch up with me, showed me some pictures from his boat. He ran just under a minute in his first round. Then Eric, that second round, we were just under 70 seconds. Looks like we had a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah, we sure did. We ate a wear ring out of the front impeller. So we're going to remove the wear ring and try to run without it. So we'll see what happens. It might work, it might not. But we're going to give it the old college try, because otherwise we're sitting on the beach drinking beer with you guys.
Fair enough. Well, thanks, Eric. Good luck with that. And see, that, folks, is a perfect example of why it's good to have a recess right now. So folks like Eric and the Bad Idea can go fix their boat. So good luck today, Eric.
All right,
Yep. All right, we're going to get a little music playing for you. We are aware of the audio issues going on with the speakers. Our technical folks are working on a fix for that, so please bear with us. In the meantime, enjoy some jet skis. We'll get a little music bed playing for you in the background. Be sure to check out the vendors around the park. Stretch your legs a little bit. Maybe check out T-Shirt Alley and the swag of your favorite race team. And maybe you might catch a driver and navigator walking around that might give you an autograph. This is the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Some shirts here. These are KISM knucklehead shirts. Throw them up there into the crowd. These are a hot commodity. They've been selling for as much as $2 in the parking lot. So get your hands up in the air. I don't know what they're throwing them over there. Yeah, they got some over the beer garden. That's right. Enjoy those shirts, people. That's it. Thanks to Jason and the crew. You guys.
And thanks to the folks at Copycat Graphics and Signs. Good folks making great T-shirts. Hope you folks enjoy that.
Hey, thank you so much, Brad and John. Remember, guys, go check out the 92 Days of Summer. Go visit Brad and John over at the 92.9 KISM booth. They got all sorts of cool stuff there for you. And right now, it is time to get back underway. You guys want some more racing? All right, we got the modified class back in the water to start things off. Third round of qualifiers. It is the Jolly Roger 208, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. And that is going to be a DNF. So Island Hopper's heading over there, making sure everybody is all right. All right, so Island Hoppers helping out that 208 boat there. Jet ski on its way back out to help out. That gives us time to mention another sponsor for you folks. Copycat Graphics and Signs is your premier print shop of the PNW. They are the one-stop shop for all your business advertising needs. They offer custom apparel, vehicle and vessel graphics, full vehicle wraps, graphic design, signs, A-board, banners, and more. That's Copycat Graphics, your premier print shop of the PNW. And also the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series is powered by STIHL. Whether you are a professional or a weekend warrior, STIHL's top-of-the-line outdoor power equipment is designed to help you tackle any challenge with ease and precision. From zero-turn mowers that make lawn care a breeze to innovative battery-powered tools that deliver power and performance without the hassle of cords or fuel, STIHL has the tools. Also, a sponsor of note here, this year OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor, along with other companies, for the return of ESP and the Sprint boat races. Looking ahead at this season's race schedule, folks, be sure to join us at our next ASBR race here in Port Angeles coming up in September on the 6th and 7th. That's right here at Extreme Sports Park. But before then, if you'd like to take a little road trip and check out our new tracks, This coming weekend, we will be in Lewiston, Idaho, August 2nd and 3rd, and then premiering our new track in Yakima, Washington, August 16th and 17th. Part of a 5-race series we have this year in the ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. And taking a look at the standings coming into today's race, a look at your leaderboard, which you can note or which you can find on our ASBR website or at ASBR Pro Racing on Facebook. A current breakdown of the team standings in your modified class. This is all coming based on our first race of the year in Lewiston. Your points leader is Checkmates Frank and Kelly Toptemark with 87 points. In the 400 class, Jolly Rogers, the 180, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer have 88 points to lead the 400s. Also with 88 points in the unlimited class to lead is River Rogers and Cole Keats in the 285 boats. There's just a quick look at your leaders after one race during the 2025 season. So those are a few boats to keep an eye on today. Again, that was Checkmate so far leading the modified class this season. Jolly Roger, Eric Werner, and Jen Farmer leading the 400 so far this season. And in the unlimited, in the very early goings of the season, Pure Insanity leading the way. So the early points leader being offloaded into the water now, Checkmate. Had a DNF in their first round, but then ran a clean run of just under 50 seconds in their second round of 49.558. We'll see what they come out with here in our third round of qualifiers. That's a clean run. .944, your official time there, 48.944. All right, Fat Buddy in the water now. Fat Buddy Phantom, Kaylin Miller and Taylor Kalerberg. It's going to be a clean run. So the official time on that one, 72.802. So for Phantom's first race, they're getting this rotation down, shaving a couple of seconds off their previous best. Now Full Tilt is going to take a shot at getting their first clean run of the day. Selden and Savannah trying to get a handle on this new motor. There it is, clean run. So 73.895 your official time there for Full Tilt. So the first clean run ever for them with their new motor and hull. And you can bet they'll be punching it a little harder and harder as they come out for their next qualifier. .154 in the water now, Purcell Racing. Jeff and Margaret Purcell looking for their first clean run of the day as well. And there's a clean run. So 58.648, your official time there for Purcell Racing. That's their first clean run of the day, and a good one at that, keeping it at under a minute. We'll see what Bad Ideas got going on here. Eric came up and talked to me just a bit during the lunch hour about some work they had to get done on that boat to get it seaworthy again. Definitely noticed there was an issue on that second run after they ran just over 58 seconds in their first qualifier. They were at just under 70 seconds in their second. So we'll see how they follow things up here this afternoon. And it's a clean run. .995, the official time there, so whatever they did during the break must have worked. So the most successful run of the day overall for the modified class. Definitely can tell they're starting to get that rotation 3 down. Again, if you're just tuning in, rotation 3 is the track rotation to follow for this race, the second race of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. First Port Angeles race of the year at Extreme Sports Park. Friendly weather conditions for the racers today, a little breezy. Mid-60s weather predicted throughout the weekend. Jolly Roger Racing in. They've got 2 clean runs so far. Looking really good here in this third round of qualifiers as well. They were at under 44 seconds in the second round of qualifiers. They ran under 43.5 seconds actually. Seeing if they can even best that here. Looks like they're gonna. That's a clean run. All right, so not their best time, but still an excellent time, 44.220. All clean runs so far today for Jolly Rogers, so a very good start to the weekend for them. This is the 02M or 02 regular boat in the water now. 02 Live Wire, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp, the 400 class version of their boat. Their previous best was 76.062. So spinning out a little bit there, but able to regain control. Still on rotation. And it is going to be a D and F, so. Gave it a good try there with how things started, but it's going to be a D and F. So live wire being helped back in by our island hoppers. They're going to go take a look at that boat and check things over, make a couple of repairs on there before they come back out. And as things warm up this afternoon, folks, feel free to enjoy a top-notch craft cocktail, White Claw, Twisted Tea, and multiple beer options at our beer garden. At that beer garden, we are now offering refreshing premium cocktails made with high-quality ingredients. Our BuzzBox cocktails are vodka lemonades, mojitos, margaritas, hurricanes, whiskey lemonade, Long Island iced teas, and palomas. You're sure to find one to your liking. Please visit us in the beer garden or our new alcohol location set up over by the tower. Enjoy. Also, while you're out and about, make sure you stop by to see Brad and John at the KISM booth up near the upper vending area and part of the VIP area. Stop by their tent and sign up for the 92 Days of Summer and a $35,000 grand prize. Bad Influence in the water now. Coming off of a 47.328 in their last round of qualifying. And that's going to be a DNF. All right, Nuck and Futz in the water now, the 85 boat. They shaved about 6 seconds off their time in between qualifiers in the early part of the day. It's a clean run. So Nuck and Futz will split the middle of their times, coming in with a 55.614. All clean runs on the day for Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. Now in the water, 288, Red Baron Racing. Bryce Barron and Patrick Hayden. So our island hopper is going over to check in on the 288 boat after that DNF there, making sure everybody's feeling okay. After hitting that bank a little hard there. Looks like everybody's all right. They're just going to pull them back into the water. May have been a little excited to get going on that round after not being able to do that second round of qualifiers after that did not start. Looks like our island hopper is discussing things over with that 288 boat. Trying to dig out any dirt and grass and mud that may have got caught up in there. And just a reminder, folks, outside alcohol is not allowed within the sprint boat event fenced area. We do ask that you do not bring alcohol in or out. We have folks here to help maintain and enforce these rules. We are now selling alcohol throughout the park for your convenience, but we still have 2 designated areas for drinking in the beer garden area, if that is what you choose. We ask that you please be mindful of others as we implement these new additions to the park. And we'll be right back here for the 5th and final event of the ASBR Pro Racing Series in 2025, September 6th and 7th here at ESP. So if any friends or family aren't able to make it out this weekend to check out the events, again, September 6th and 7th, we'll be back here. Also, more upcoming events at ESP for the 2025 season. Fall Fest is scheduled for a whole weekend of fun this September 19th through the 21st. Once again this year, ESP is hosting 2 monster truck shows. The Hot Stuff Monster Truck Ride Jeep will be offering rides and is backed by popular demand. We also have secured a space for a helicopter to have rides that take off from one of our racetrack islands. We have a huge beer and spirits garden packed with music and grown-up games that's sure to be a hit. And we'll always have fun activities for the kiddos, including the choo-choo train ride, pumpkin patch, hay maze, hay rides, kids outdoor movie theater, bounce houses, face painting, zip lining, putt-putt golf, and all the food you can think of. There's so many things to do that we can't even list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family Day tickets are free on Friday. The weekend passes are free for 2 and under, $8 for ages 3 to 13, and $10 for adults. We'll see you there. Again, that is Fall Fest coming up September 19th through 21st here at Extreme Sports Park. And then as we move deeper into the fall season, ESP's Trick or Treat Trail is free to all the little ghosts and goblins on Halloween Day from 2 p.m. until dark. We provide a safe and fun atmosphere for all the children in our community. We have over 30 themed booths sponsored by our local businesses, including a police car, dump truck, excavator, and sometimes a helicopter. We'll have Pizza Hut again this year to sell pizza by the slice to fill the trick-or-treaters' tummies. If you haven't made it yet, you need to, as this has become quite popular. Please come and check out some very creative outfits, not only worn by the kids, but adults as well. So that's just a quick look at the calendar of events coming up this summer and fall at Extreme Sports Park. Looks like they've got 288 nearly back to the launch, so as soon as they are back up on their trailer, we'll resume with Fat Buddy Racing. The Fat Buddy boat due out next, number 9, Jesse and Kaylin Miller. Has a couple of clean runs so far today, both of which within about 1/10 of a second of each other. Their top time was in the first round of qualifiers of 49.272. They just about beat that last time with a 49.335. All right, they're revving up. Let's get back to some racing. All right, here go the Fat Buddies. That's going to be a clean run. And number 9, really liking that 49 number today. Another clean run in the 49 second range, 49.596. All 3 runs so far today for Fat Buddy Racing have been between 49.272 and 49.596. Bad Habit in the water now. Scott and Jalen Rapp. In the black, white, and green Bad Habit boat. Green flag is up, and here they go. It's going to be another clean run for Bad Habit. So very nicely done there by the 36, 50.642, your official time. Zero two M out next. Live wire racing. It's a clean run. So 57.033 for the 02M. Livewire got to be feeling pretty good so far this weekend. That's 3 clean runs out of 3 tries. So very nicely done for that father-son duo. Representing the local area as well as Vaughn's hometown is Port Angeles and Matt's hometown, Oak Harbor. Currently in the 3rd round of qualifiers this afternoon at ESP. Each team trying to put together their best qualifying runs in order to make it into tomorrow's elimination rounds. The elimination rounds tomorrow will consist of an 8-cut, top 8 boats in each class, which will then be trimmed down to a 4-cut based on the best times. And then the top 2 boats in each class will go head-to-head for the checkered flag. Here's Kyle Patrick and Amanda Thompson in the 151M Psycho boat. Clean run, and look at that time. .793, it's official. Heck of a run there by Kyle and Amanda. And here's Wicked, folks, the number 10 boat. Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Couple of clean runs so far. Looking for a third here. It's another clean run. .884 your official time for the current unlimited national champion and 7-time unlimited national champion. That's Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson putting on a show for the hometown fans. Here's Poison Ivy, boat 111. That's a clean run. That's going to be the best run of the day for Poison Ivy. .47473. Your official time for the unlimited classes Poison Ivy, reigning from New Zealand. .33 in the water now, bootlegger. run. Look at that time. .203. What a run for Bootlegger. So Bootlegger puts up the best time of the weekend so far here at ESP amongst all classes and boats of 42.203. But we'll see what our next boat has to say about that as it's 285 in the water now. This is Pure Insanity coming off a win in the 400 class in the first event of the year, and here they go. That might happen. River's not a fan of people going faster than him. That's a clean run. 40.838, your top time of the weekend now. TNT Racing going to give it another shot now, looking for their first clean run of the weekend. This is the 99M boat. Tim Cummins is your driver with Jess Godsolve as your navigator. So they spin out a bit. Island Hopper slowly approaching, waiting for a signal on if the 99M boat wants a hand or not. TNT seeing if they can get started again. All right, they've given the signal. The Island Hopper is going to go help them out again here. So no clean runs yet for the 99M boat. They'll still have at least one more shot today, though, to put together that first clean run of the weekend. jet ski getting a lot of work in today. All right, so they got Meaner Machine back into the boat launch. So we'll be back underway in a second here. A few more boats here in the unlimited class. As these teams work on getting this rotation 3 down, memorized, and timed well as they try to make their way into the elimination rounds tomorrow. All right, Meaner Machine revving up down on the boat launch. Another international team joining us this weekend and doing a nice job up here on the Olympic Peninsula with a couple of clean runs to their name so far today. All right, so you heard them revving for a second and then silence, and that means right now they are on that 5 minute clock trying to figure out what is going on with that Meaner Machine to get it moving in the water. Meanwhile, in the background over there, Jeep team staying busy, moving everybody in and out. If you do have a chance over the weekend, folks, you need to stretch your legs a little bit. It is really cool to walk over by the boat launch area, over here by the announcing booth and by T-shirt alley, and taking a look in the launch area and seeing just the organization of the Jeep teams moving around, getting everybody in and out safely. They all do a great job working together, sharing responsibilities, and ensuring that the program continues to run smoothly. And speaking of running smoothly, looks like Meaner Machine's up and moving again, so they're in the water now. Looking for a third clean run of the day. And it's a clean run. All right, the official time in on that one, 45.097, 45.097, your official time for Meaner Machine. All right, here's instant velocity now. Instant velocity, couple of clean runs so far. And if you are a business owner and like what you're seeing, they're looking for sponsors. In the red, white, and black with another clean run. So 49 on the dot. Your official time there for Kyle St. Ange and Chris Christensen in instant velocity, number 219. Andrew, I think that might be the first time I've ever seen 49 exactly, or time exactly like that. Our spotter just shakes his head up here like, yep. All right, Jolly Roger out now, the 556 boat, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. Once again, getting caught up there, but they still are on rotation. And they're going to call in the Island Hoppers for a little help there. Didn't run this round. All right, so Jolly Roger able to get back in to wrap things up for this third round of qualifiers. So now we've got our final scheduled round of qualifiers, time permitting. All right, so back around to the modified class now. Fourth round of qualifiers here on day one. After today's qualifiers, our teams will have some time to recoup overnight, do another round of qualifiers in the morning before our elimination rounds. And the fourth round of qualifiers starts off with a clean run. So official time on that one, 49.406. That's 208's best run of the day. So should this be the final round of qualifiers for the day, they got to be feeling good going into tomorrow. Again, Saturday race day is all about qualifying, getting those qualifying rounds in. First, making sure you get that clean run and then trimming that time down throughout the afternoon. Tomorrow morning, these race teams will get 2 more cracks at putting together their best times before elimination rounds begin in the afternoon. Right now, it's the 55 vote. Checkmate. Clean run. So 49.646 your official time there for checkmate. And attention race fans, we got a special birthday in the house this afternoon. Extreme Sports Park and American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series wants to wish a special happy 21st birthday, Kendra Sue. Happy birthday, Kendra Sue. Hope you enjoy that big 2-1. So right now, a little downtime as our island hoppers make some adjustments to the eyes over by the finish line there. The eyes, just like yours or mine, can be a little sensitive when they get water or dirt or something like that in there. So Island Hoppers just got to go be human eye drops and clean them out a little bit, and we'll be back underway. And as soon as those eyes are back online, we'll continue on with this round of qualifiers. This is going to be the last round of qualifying for this afternoon's event. So 4 rounds of qualifying today, this being our final one. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be 2 more qualifiers in the morning for these racers to get a chance to make it into the elimination rounds. And then following lunch tomorrow afternoon, we'll have some high-powered 3 rounds of elimination for you. So be sure to come back tomorrow and check that out. All right, Island Hoppers are getting back into position here. At times they may look like they're randomly proportioned out there, but this is all strategically set up for our driver and navigator safety. So again, 4th and final round of qualifiers right now. All right, looks like our safety crews are all ready to go. And speaking of the safety crews, some folks that we also want to thank that we have available all the time for these events at Extreme Sports Park is thank you to our first responders that are here as part of the safety precautions put in place for this extreme sport. We always have first responders on site when racing is in session. All right, so here's the rookies, the 000 boat, Fat Buddy Phantom, Kalen Miller, and Taylor Kalerberg. They've got a couple of clean runs so far on their first day of racing. Looking for a 3rd clean run here. Green flag is up. And the black and pink taking their 4th crack at this rotation, looking for a 3rd clean run here. There's a clean run. They're getting it down. That's a 66.271. So seeing the evolution of a new race team unfold right in front of us. That 000 boat started the day with a clean run, which is an awesome way to start your ASBR career. But on top of that, in 4 qualifying rounds so far, they've gone from a qualifying run of 75.196 this morning to a 66.271 there. So some early growth that we're seeing already right before our eyes. So nicely done there by the Phantom. All right, here's full tilt. And boat 03 with a clean run. So 69.233 your official time there for Selden and Savannah. So a couple of back-to-back clean runs as they premiere their new and improved 03 full tilt boat. Purcell Racing out now for their fourth round of qualifying. Unfortunately, it's going to be a DNF. So the 154 boats day ends with a DNF, but they do have a clean run today, a 58.648. And an interesting note for both our modified class and 400 class for this event. Both classes a little small, with the majority of boats being in the unlimited class this time around. as long as our modified class boats and on 400 class boats, as long as they've got clean runs in them, anyone in those classes should make it into the first round of eliminations tomorrow afternoon. And so looking things over in the modified class, all 6 boats do have at least 1 clean run today, so as long as there aren't any issues to keep them from taking to the water tomorrow, we should see all these boats take on each other in the elimination rounds. These qualifiers, of course, still important in that they're getting this course down, getting more comfortable, improving their time, and then these times will also impact their position in the elimination rounds. You better. I haven't even looked at this yet. All right, back to the action in just a second here with just one more boat to go in the modified class. This will be the final boat in the modifieds for this afternoon's event. Then one more round for the 400s, one more for the unlimiteds, and we'll put a bow on Saturday as we prepare for Sunday. And ASBR and Extreme Sports Park wants to thank and recognize all the volunteers that help make this happen. So thank you to the countless volunteers that have helped put on this event this weekend and throughout this weekend and for our upcoming event in September. We also want to thank our island hoppers, the safety team, our first responders, our officials, many of the behind the scenes folks you don't see that make this happen, our timers, our spotters, our race controller, flaggers. Also thank our video and audio production folks, the Jeep teams that keep things running smoothly, and of course our race teams for coming out and racing with us this weekend and putting on a show for you folks. And we want to thank you folks in the crowd as well for coming out and supporting ASBR. Hope you have a great time here this weekend. Looking forward to getting right back at it tomorrow morning at 10, and really looking forward to those elimination rounds tomorrow afternoon. And of course, we want to take a minute to honor all the veterans who are here with us today and have served our country. Without all of you veterans, we would not be here today or having this race. From all of us, we want to sincerely thank you for your service. We are proud of you. We also would like to give a special thank you to the disabled veterans that are here with us today. Let's hear it for our veterans, folks. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's get back to some racing. Here's Bad Idea. And that's going to be a clean run. So 58.882 your official time there for a bad idea. All right, so on to the fourth round of qualifiers for the 400 class. Here's Eric Werner and Jen Farmer putting together a great afternoon so far. And it's going to be another clean run. So 180 having a great weekend so far. 43.688 the official time there. Here's Bad Influence now for the final round of qualifiers. Looking for their second clean run of the day. Their top time so far, 47.328 for Steven and Randy Church. That'll work. .546 your official time there for Bad Influence. Right in the same ballpark as their other clean run this afternoon. So a nice way to end the day for the 156 boat. 85 in the water now. Been a good day at the park so far for Nuck and Futz. 3 clean runs on the day. And it's a 4 for 4 day for Nuck and Futz. .255, the official time for the 85 boat there. A note to pass along in this 400 class. Livewire is calling it a day in the 400 class. They are not racing in this 4th qualifier, but they will be back out on Sunday morning. So just 2 more boats in the 400 class here. Due out next is 288. Still on their trailer over in the boat launch. So it sounds like 288 having some reverse bucket issues with their boat. So number 9 is going to jump ahead of them, Fat Buddy, Jesse Miller, and Kalen Miller. Fat Buddy having a unique day so far. All 3 of their runs, a difference of a few tenths of a second of each other, all in the 49 and change range. There's a clean run. And look at that time. So after hanging out in those 49 and change runs for those first three, Fat Buddy trims the second off with a 48.032. Very nice way to end the day. Meanwhile, back on the launch, 288 still trying to get offloaded, trying to get that final qualifier in for the day. Just a little over a minute left of time for them to be prepared to go. There's just 1 minute left on that 5-minute clock. All right, looks like they're going to give it a run. All right, green flag is up. And our final boat in the 400 class, 288. Red Baron Racing, Bryce Barron and Patrick Hayden with a DNF. So they were able to beat the clock, but unfortunately, a DNF is going to end the day for Red Baron Racing. But their very first run of the day guaranteed them a spot in the eliminations tomorrow, as they were at under 51 seconds with a 50.905. And again, this 400 class with just 6 boats in it this weekend, as long as they put together a clean run before the eliminations tomorrow afternoon, they do automatically qualify, as up to 8 boats per class qualify for eliminations. All right, so the last round of qualifiers for this afternoon's action. It is the unlimited class. There is going to be 10 boats running it. All right, looks like there's going to be 9 boats for the Unlimiteds, as 3 of our teams will not be running in this 4th qualifier. Make that 8 boats. So here's Bad Habit, Scott and Jalen Rapp, the 36 boat. Their last run came in at under 51 seconds. Bad Habit gets the Unlimiteds going here. That's another clean one. Very nicely done by Bad Habit there. All right, so best run of the day for Bad Habit right there, 49.461 their official time. So they got to be having a good time. How about you guys as we're getting close to the end of the day? Having fun out there? All right, well, it's going to be even better tomorrow. We can't wait to have you back for our elimination rounds. It's been a pleasure having you here so far today. Glad you got to enjoy our skydivers this morning. It was great having Brad and John out here today. Some wonderful anthem singers this afternoon. We had our jet skis during lunch, so not just boats out here at Extreme Sports Park. It's been a nice little party so far this weekend, and we're only getting started. So the next two boats that were scheduled out are both calling it a day so they can prep for the morning. That was the 02M live wire boat and the 151M Psycho boat. So next up's Wicked in the 10 boat. They find themselves on the 5-minute clock. So now we're going to jump ahead to Bootlegger. And here they go. Poison Ivy also calling it a day as well. And that's going to be a clean run. .593. That's your 33 Bootlegger. Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan. All right, here's Wicked. They got here in time, so that 5-minute clock does not run out on them. The Lime Green getting ready to make their final run of the day. And that's going to be a clean run. So 43.326. A personal best on the day for Dan and Sammy. So Wicked going to be feeling good heading into Sunday morning. So just 5 boats left for the day as we head into the late afternoon. Next out, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Cole Keats in the 285. Moving up from the 400 class into the Unlimiteds this year. All right, green flag is up. And here goes Pure Insanity. It's a clean run. So is it official? Did he break 40 seconds? Yes, it is. That is the official time, 39.711. What a way to wrap up your day. Nicely done by Pure Insanity. TNT Racing in the water now, 99M. It's been a struggle so far today. They're looking for that first clean run. All right, and a misturn there. It's going to be a DNF. So the DNF is going to end the day for 99M. 2 qualifiers scheduled for tomorrow morning, though, so they do have a couple of chances in the morning still to try and crack the 8 cut. All right, Meaner Machine in the water now for their last run of the day. Meaner Machine, have yourself a day. That's 4 clean runs for the 43 boat. So the official time there, 46.228 for Meaner Machine. So awesome day at Extreme Sports Park for them with 4 clean runs. And just 2 to go here on day 1 of our second event of the 2025 series. All right, 219 in the water now, instant velocity. They're looking for their 4th clean run as well. And there's another clean run. So 49.714 instant velocity, living up to their namesake so far today, all day with 4 clean runs. And now just 1 boat remaining for this afternoon's event. All right, boat 556 in the water now. One of our Jolly Rogers, Dustin Sprigger and Don Davis. Our final run of this afternoon. Green flag is up. And the blue and red are out there. And the day ends with a clean run. So 45.954, 45.954, that is your final time for Jolly Rogers in the 556 boat. A clean run, the final run of the day here at day one of the second event of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. Thank you so much, folks, for coming out and joining us here at Extreme Sports Park. We hope you had as great of a time as we did. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. If you've got friends and family that couldn't make it up here today, be sure to bring them along tomorrow. It's going to be even better with our elimination rounds in the afternoon. And of course, we're going to have all those other great festivities for you once again as well. Come back tomorrow for those skydivers, jet skiers, awesome sprint boat action, and all sorts of good stuff. Please drive safe. Thank you once again for joining us. This has been the 2025 American Sprint Boat Racing Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. We will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.